Once again, welcome um, to our Daylong around developing calm and insight together, mindfulness immersed in the body. Um, the day, I thought we'll be structuring it around having some periods of instruction, little few opportunities for questions and answers, some short periods of walking meditation, and sitting meditation. And then, so we'll have a morning practice period until about 11:15, 11:30, break for the meal at 11:30, and come back at 1 o'clock this afternoon and go through until 4 o'clock, I think is on the schedule. So yeah, structuring it around body. I think that just as kind of a bit of background, we spend so much of our time, in our heads and in our conceptual processes, trying to figure out, most of us are here seeking some sort of understanding of the Four Noble Truths, the Buddha's teachings on the fact that, okay, life isn't wonderful all the time. There's inherent unsatisfactoriness in much of our existence, and looking for a source of inspiration, a source of teaching, a direction to help relieve this sense of unease, dis-ease that we experience in different periods of our life. We have good times and we have bad times, and times in between, neutral times in between, and we just keep on vacillating, always trying to find a sense of well-being in some form or another, and looking for a longer-term approach to that sense of peace of mind, really, is what I think most of us are looking for in some way or another. And oftentimes we get lost in how we approach that, either in the realm of sensual experience, looking for a pleasant sensual experience, sensory experience, or trying to figure out things on a psychological level about why am I so screwed up, and why is it that I can't find this everlasting sense of happiness? What's wrong with me? And we can get lost a lot in terms of searching for an answer at the level of conceptualizing, thinking about it, looking for the right answer to our problems, looking for the psychological basis for our problems, and how to become a more psychologically healthy person, which is not bad at all. But if we approach that from the angle of just looking at it on that kind of intellectual or mental conceptual level, it can become quite abstract, and the Buddha's teachings really keep on pointing back to a deeper level of understanding rather than just on the conceptual level, even if it's going deep into emotions or those kinds of habit patterns. The Buddha always keeps on referring us back to a deeper experience, looking at things on a very experiential level rather than on an abstract conceptual level. And the basic core teaching of how to do that is to start to really tune into the body. This body is a great vehicle for establishing a strong sense of understanding of the mental processes, because all of our mental habits and our routines and our ways of being conditioned in the world and responding to the world have their reflections in the bodily experience, and it's a much more direct kind of understanding than it is on the abstract conceptual level. So over and over and over again, the Buddha points to our referencing the body as a very important tool for really directly experiencing our mind. They're very intimately connected. So that's what the purpose of today's retreat, just to kind of really settle into how can we understand this body and the experience of this body a little bit more as a tool for guiding us to liberation. There's a really nice sutta in the Buddha's teachings that I like to reference in regards to this. There's a story of a deva, a celestial being, coming to ask the Buddha some questions. And as in the suttas, often you'll see this deva of profound radiance comes and approaches the Buddha in all of his glory and radiance. And the Buddha says, greets him and asks him what's he here for. And he approaches the Buddha with the question of, in the past, I was a seer, or like an adept, mystic, practitioner. And I was a student of also another adept practitioner. And in that life, my name was Rohitasa, and I was a skywalker. I was able to develop this capacity to walk long distances through the cosmos. My stride was as long as it was from the Eastern Ocean to the West. And in one stride, I could span half of the world. So I set out to determine, in my life of 100 years, I decided to make the determination to see if I could travel to the end of the cosmos, where there is no birth, no aging, no sickness, no death, the end of suffering. And so I diligently walked with my fast stride for this 100 years, trying to reach the end of the cosmos and this end of suffering. And I didn't stop for anything except to rest when I had to, eat, do all the normal functions of having a human body, which he didn't say he was a human in that lifetime, but I assume he was an adept in the human realm. Sounded like it. And yet, even after that 100 years of nonstop walking, I died before I reached the end of the cosmos. And then the Buddha replies, yeah, Hitasa, it's not by walking, not by traveling, that one reaches the end of the cosmos, the end of birth, aging, sickness, death, and the end of suffering. It's not by walking that one can reach the end of the cosmos. And he says, but then I also say that if one does want to reach the end of the cosmos, or reach the end of suffering, one does have to reach the end of the cosmos. But, Rohitasa, it's in this fathom-long body, that you can find the path leading to the end of the cosmos. This body with its intellect and with its perceptions is where you will find the cosmos, the origination of the cosmos, the end of the cosmos, and the path leading to the end of the cosmos. And the cosmos being sort of a simile for the end of suffering. So you can see that's the Four Noble Truths pattern that he was saying. But just in this fathom-long body is where we can find the end of it all. So I think that was a very profound statement, that the end of suffering, the path leading to the end of suffering, is all found right here. So if you look at the teachings of the Buddha, a real quintessential important teaching, which if you haven't read and studied and contemplated the Satipatthana Sutta in the Majjhima Nikaya number 10, that is a very core basic set of instructions around mindfulness in general. The four foundations of mindfulness, or the four establishings of mindfulness, and the entire first section, the first of the four, is centered around contemplations of the body. and all of the basic contemplations of the body are summarized in that teaching, and I would encourage people to really read and take that as a basis for meditation practice. And if you look through, those of you who are familiar with it, you know that within the contemplations of the body in the Satipatthana, there's a wide variety. And mindfulness of breathing is one of them, one of the foremost ones that we talk about, mindfulness of breathing. But also mindfulness of the four elements, mindfulness of the positions or the dispositions of the body, the four postures, contemplation of the sitting, walking, lying down, and standing. Contemplations of the 32 parts of the body, the Asubha practice as we call it. Contemplations of even the decay of a dying body or a dead body, the cemetery contemplations as they call it. So different approaches to how we want to contemplate the body. And I thought I'd go over a few of them today, and to kind of keep in mind that there's sort of two different approaches to body contemplation, both of which are very useful, but useful in different ways. And I kind of tend to categorize them in my mind around one set of the body contemplations that I would call perception changing contemplations, which help us to adjust how we perceive this body. Because a lot of times we get lost in physical appearance. We get a lot of the basis of attraction, desire, sensual desire is based on how we perceive our bodies, how we perceive other people's bodies, and attend to those things that evoke sensual desire and not attend to those things that, you know, kind of are a little bit more off-putting. The contemplations like the 32 parts of the body, the cemetery contemplations, are aspects of how we can address this, essentially this misperception of what the body really is and the illusion that we allow ourselves to enter into around the human body. And also, you know, not just around sensuality, but around, many of us are attached to the health of our body and the well-being of our body, and we get very much attached with a lot of strong opinions as to, you know, what's good for the body, what's bad for the body, health, diet, nutrition, and our expectations around always being as healthy as possible, and feeling that somehow something is wrong if we get sick, or the whole dying process. So we tend to turn away from that because it's not so pleasant. And so the contemplations around 32 part cemetery body contemplations are helping to dislodge this view that we have of the body. Leads us into struggling and difficulty and expectations that it be a certain way all the time. And the other kind of category of the teachings are what I would call more of the bodily contemplations that focus on what we would call like a somatic focus, the actual experience itself of the body directly on more of a tactile or sensory level. The breathing, the Anapanasati teachings on mindfulness of breathing, the various postures, developing mindfulness of sitting, walking, standing, lying down, the disposition of the body, being mindful when we're moving through space, when we're reaching out, when we're pulling back, when we're doing tasks, washing the dishes, just that kind of developing that very visceral, in the moment sensory experience that's devoid of thought or evaluation, mental evaluation, but just moving right back into the direct experience of the body. This is what I would call more like the somatic experience. So some of the contemplations that we'll do today will be around the perceptual aspect. Some will be around more of the direct sensory experience aspect. And you can see how they will have different effects in the heart, in the mind, in terms of developing both calm, tranquility, settledness of mind, the samatha aspect of meditation, and also insight into the true nature of really what this body is, what it isn't, how it's different from our normal experience of it. So the more of the quote-unquote vipassana or insight aspects of the practice. So satipatthana in general, contemplation of the body and specifically, is used to develop both samatha and vipassana. Those two aspects of our meditation practice are joined together. We don't separate them out. Some traditions will separate them out, say develop samatha first and then you can develop vipassana. Our tradition says develop both of them at the same time. If you're weak in one, develop some time with the other, vice versa. But the goal is to bring them together as a way of composing the mind into a very clear state that can then move towards deeper insight and liberation. So we'll do both of those today, experience both of those. I want to read from, so you can see how important the Buddha refers to contemplation of the body. Just to read a few passages from the Anguttara Nikaya, which is the numerical discourses of the Buddha, if you're not familiar with it. And this comes from the Book of Ones, right in the very first chapter. The teachings are grouped by, because the Buddha likes a lot. And so there's the Book of Ones, the Book of Twos, the Book of Threes, the Book of Fours, the Book of Fives. And this is from the Book of Ones. Let me see if I can find the reference. Yes. It's in a section that Bhikkhu Bodhi's translation, he defines as mindfulness directed to the body. So these are a number of short, repetitive kinds of teachings. And starting with Anguttara 1, number 575. Bhikkhus, even as one who encompasses with his mind the great ocean, includes thereby all the streams that run into the ocean, just so whoever develops and cultivates mindfulness directed to the body includes all wholesome qualities that pertain to true knowledge. Bhikkhus, one thing when developed and cultivated leads to a strong sense of urgency, leads to great good, leads to great security from bondage, leads to mindfulness and clear comprehension, leads to the attainment of knowledge and vision, leads to a pleasant dwelling in this very life, leads to realization of the fruit of knowledge and liberation. What is that one thing? Mindfulness directed to the body. This is the one thing that, when developed and cultivated, leads to realization of the fruit of knowledge and liberation. Bhikkhus, when one thing is developed and cultivated, the body becomes tranquil, the mind becomes tranquil, thought and examination subside, and all wholesome qualities that pertain to true knowledge reach fulfillment by development. What is that one thing? Mindfulness directed to the body. Bhikkhus, when one thing is developed and cultivated, unarisen wholesome qualities do not arise, and arisen unwholesome qualities are abandoned. What is that one thing? Mindfulness directed to the body. Bhikkhus, when one thing is developed and cultivated, ignorance is abandoned, true knowledge arises. The conceit, I am, is abandoned. The underlying tendencies are uprooted. The fetters are abandoned. What is that one thing? You guessed right, mindfulness directed to the body. Bhikkhus, one thing when developed and cultivated leads to differentiation by wisdom, leads to nibbana through non-clinging. What is that one thing? Mindfulness directed to the body. And then he goes basically on for a few more. And then The last one that I'll read out here is bhikkhus. Bhikkhus, they do not partake of the deathless who do not partake of mindfulness directed to the body. They partake of the deathless who partake of mindfulness directed to the body. So, all the way from developing peacefulness of mind, developing wholesome qualities up through nibbana. Basically, you can't do it if you don't have mindfulness of the body. So find a comfortable posture that is alert and upright. Energy through the body moves more easily if one is in a straight posture, but not rigid, not so rigid that it's creating tension in the shoulders or the head or the body, but one that's naturally alert and upright, but not strained. Just take a moment to get comfortable in the body, in its posture, sitting posture. If you need to adjust a little bit, that's okay. Ajahn Sucitto teaches a form of helping to get settled into the body through a use of certain perceptions that really pull one more into the direct experience of the body. And I've always appreciated this particular strategy, using a few choice words, not too many, but using a few choice words to direct one's attention towards the actual somatic experience, the actual experience that starts with tactile sensation. And the first angle that he suggests to explore within the body is the perception of grounding, the perception of solidity. Some might call it the earth element. So in the body, as you're sitting there, just noticing first the contact point where you can feel the sensation of contact with the cushion that you're sitting on, or the mat, or the seat of the chair. Just to recognize that point of contact, and that the experience of the body at that point of contact is one of grounding. There's aspects of sensation like hardness, support, that one can feel wherever there's contact happening. So the sit bones, the ankles, the lower legs, just feel the density at those contact points where the hands are resting, contacting each other, or the thighs. Noticing that quality of density, of ground, solidity. In the contemplation of the body parts, the whole first half is centered around the parts of the body that are solid. And you can feel just that earthy solidity of the legs, the feet, contact with the sit bones. The whole lower half of the body quite has elements of density. Just allow yourself to experience that on a very tactile level. And moving into the abdominal and chest areas, feeling anything that feels like it's solid, earthy, the tissues, the bones, the ribs, the back. Notice if there's tension in the shoulders. That's part of the earth element too. Contact of the hands, the lap, the forearms, upper arms. The neck and the head, the skull. When the teeth come together, you can feel a sense of earth element, ground, density. So just tune into that quality for a minute or two of through the whole body, earth element, ground. And then alongside that feeling of earthiness or grounding, we can also develop a perception or a feeling, not just a perception, but an actual experience of what we would maybe call the space element. So without abandoning really the groundedness that we might have established, turn attention towards those spatial elements, the element of space within the body. So starting with the top of the head and just noticing where we can open up space, where there's space just naturally within the body, like in the nostrils, the mouth area, the throat. These are open areas of spaciousness. Inside the skull, one can experience a sense of open space, sort of a lightness, inclusive experience of the space in the body, space in the head. Allow the muscles of the forehead and the eye sockets to relax. The space in the nose and nasal cavity, back of the throat and the mouth. Let that all relax, open into a very spacious openness. Moving down to the chest, just feel the openness within the rib cage, space where air can move into and out of in the lungs. The cavity where the internal organs are, but it's also its own cavity that contains these. So the relaxation, the opening experience of spaciousness in the chest and abdomen. Various spaces between junctions of the bones and the hips and the knees, ankles. There's space between all of those. Kind of tune into that tactile experience, ease, space. Then the body as a whole, from top of the head to the soles of the feet, just as one single unit with its property of space. So being sensitive to the entire body of ground and space existing together. Experiences of earth and solidity within the context of spaciousness, openness. And this is a think into and not think about. Try not to get lost in any conceptualizations, abstractions, verbal opinions, judgments. Just sink into the bodily experience, the tactile sensations, ground, space. And as the bodily sensations become more apparent, the grounding and the space of this entire body from top to bottom, so it becomes more settled and present. Then you may also notice the breathing. You don't have to force your attention to the breath at any one particular place, but just notice the quality of the in and out breathing wherever you experience it. Maybe even through the entire body as a whole. Gentle expansion, contraction. Particularly attentive to the rhythmic quality, that very gentle opening, releasing, expanding, contracting, releasing. And this is what we would call rhythm, the quality of rhythm. You don't have to force it if you've already established a ground and a space. In his teachings on Anapanasati, the Buddha says, experiencing the entire body, one breathes in, one breathes out. So for the next 10 minutes or so, just sit with ground, space, rhythm. You can use those 3 words to direct the attention in any way that seems useful. Try and keep it simple though, just nothing more than those 3 words. And during the walking meditation, without going too slowly so that you attract attention, but just a contemplative, slow, normal pace, trying to not get too distracted by some sounds and things, but of course you have to be safe crossing the street. So just, but with circumscribed attention to the experience of the body, staying with the sensations of movement, contact with the feet on the ground, and if you can, just the simple entire body experience, noticing the movements of head and arms, just on a very, very simple level, but keeping the attention focused so as not to be distracted. It's a bit hard to do that in a city atmosphere, very challenging in some ways, but trying to pick up area of the street where it's, not too, I wouldn't go out onto Hawthorne, maybe some more of the back roads and where there's more trees and houses, and just try and keep that collected, pulled together, not too tight, but centered within the body, the ground, the space, and the rhythm of moving, the legs moving back and forth. So just try and keep it quite settled and contained, and then come back here 10:25, 10:30. Okay, so coming back to a period of sitting meditation. I thought I'd spend a bit of instructional time here around one of what I would call the perception-changing meditation. The first one was more of just a simple somatic focus, grounding, very simple, getting back into the direct experience of the body. And one of the several perception-changing meditations is called the 32 parts of the body contemplation, which you'll find in the Satipatthana Sutta as well. Some of you are familiar with it. We actually have a chant in the chant book, which you can look at later, probably, maybe this time around, just to listen to the instruction rather than trying to follow along in the book. But if you want to explore it further, the reflection on the 32 parts is found on page 60 of this first chanting book. It's one that's done fairly often in the monasteries. Sometimes some people consider it pretty much just a monastic kind of contemplation, and there are some people that feel that it's not appropriate for lay practitioners, which I find annoying, because I remember once being instructed that, really this isn't something to give as an instruction to the general public when we were at the monastery in the early days, and just came up in a discussion, a tea time discussion, I think once, or maybe a morning reflection or something, and went through some of these contemplations with the whole community, the monastics and lay community, and one of our long-term lay supporters who had been coming to the monastery for some time, she came up to me afterwards and she said, "Why haven't you been telling us this before?" She says, "This is what we want to hear." So I've always kept that in mind, because the reflection on the 32 parts of the body, it's got several aspects to it, or several goals in a way, if you will. What's most commonly is it's a way to decrease sensual craving, sexual craving, by looking at the components of the body in a certain way to become more neutral towards how we usually perceive the body, and just to see it in its basic component parts. Sometimes it's used as, disgust of the body, which is way too strong, I think. Unless you use the word disgust in its etymological context of losing the taste for disgust, gustatory. So it is, in a sense, losing the taste for how we usually perceive the body, but not to develop any sense of aversion, where it gets to be a problem. If you use the contemplation to develop hatred for, aversion towards the body, then you've gone too far in the wrong direction. So, but it's to basically bring our perception of the body into a more realistic way of seeing it. So it's used to dispel craving, sensual craving. That is one of its benefits. So even if you're still in the lay world and you're on the 5 precepts, not the complete celibacy 8 precepts, sometimes, people feel overwhelmed by the sexual craving and want to keep it kind of down to a minimum within the context of a relationship. But to do that, this can be quite helpful, as long as, again, I say it's not used to develop aversion. So reflection on the 32 parts for reducing sensual craving. It's also, just in and of itself, a very settling, soothing contemplation. If you memorize the 32 parts of the body and can recite them inside your head without having to read, then just that recitation as almost kind of a long mantra is it's great for developing samatha, calm, peace of mind, tranquility in and of itself. And it can be used to develop insight too into the true nature of really what it is this human body is. Because we project so much onto this poor thing. We have so many expectations for it, fulfilling our needs for pleasure in many different realms, not only sexuality, but also, food, other kinds of pleasure of the body. And we, project all sorts of ideas of our own body and what we think it, what its appearance is, unattractiveness or attractiveness that we can get kind of wrapped up in. We have all sorts of projections about the nature of its health and its well-being and what's right and what's wrong about it, how we perceive other people's bodies, how we perceive our own bodies, and the amount of involvement we have and the identification with this is who I am or something I have, should have control over. Just I feel so sorry for for this, that we project so much onto it. And it's like let's give our poor bodies a break from all of our mental machinations around it. So I find the 32 parts is a good way to do that, just to help kind of give the body itself a break. The body has its own intelligence, it has its own life, and to honor that. We can influence it, we can treat it well within reason, but if we can stop projecting so much onto it, it'll be a lot happier, and so will we. So just as a experiential, perceptual thing, I go through the 32 parts of the body here. I'll just recite them as they are. There's different ways that you can do this. Hearing the words is one. Seeing if you can visualize, as to the best of your knowledge, without getting too cranked up about it, but visualize the particular part of the body that I'm talking about from the best of your knowledge, from textbooks, biology or anatomy books. And then also, so there's the visualization level. Some people are good at that, some people are not good at that. Don't worry about it. Just do what comes naturally. Try the best to visualize. And then also to experience to some extent on a tactile level. There are some that are very easy to experience on a tactile level, and some that aren't so. So like we can feel our lungs, say when we breathe in and out, we can actually feel the sensation of the lung. At the same time, you're visualizing what it might look like. Or if you're very quiet and peaceful, you can feel the heart beating. So you can visualize what the heart looks like as well as feeling the tactile sensation when you get to that part of the body. You can feel the structure and density of the bones of the skeleton as you visualize an entire skeleton. So there's those two aspects of the contemplation. Again, some particular body part might stand out for you that you want to dwell with. Sometimes in the Thai forest tradition, they say just keep going through the full 32 parts as a nice calming samatha incantation. And then other times, if one particular part stands out for you, to let the mind sink deeply into with the visualization and with the tactile sensation, like the skeleton is a common one, to really just settle with and explore from top to bottom, and just leaving it at that for an entire practice period if you can. So there's different ways of approaching it, different results, but looking towards developing both calm, peacefulness, coolness, and insight. Oh, okay, really, what is this body, that I project so much onto? What is its nature? And then also the lessening of craving that we so much, often so much, put so much emphasis on supporting through sensuality. So keeping those goals in mind, just settle down for a few minutes, and I'll recite these just slowly, see how it goes, and explore it as you wish for the next bit of time. I won't do the whole chant, but just get straight to the parts of the body. So in this body, there are kesa, hair of the head. Visualize and feel up around the hair of the head. Loma, hair of the body. Naka, nails. Fingernails, toenails. Danta, teeth. Some straight, some crooked, some white, some stained. Some with fillings, some missing. Teeth. That's one you can feel when you bite. It's tactile sensation and visualization. Tacho, skin. Some taut and smooth, some wrinkled. Look at your knuckles and see the wrinkles in your knuckles. As we get older, it sags. skin doing what skin does as it progresses. Angsang, flesh, all the muscles, face, back, the trunk, the arms, the thighs, the calves, visualizing what it's like underneath the skin, muscle tissue. If you don't know what that looks like, just think of a piece of beef, uncooked. And feel that density in the thighs, buttocks, chest, arms. Red meat, flesh. Naharu, sinews, the tendons, ligaments that connect the bones and the muscles. You can see on the backs of your hands easily if you stretch your fingers out, all those tendons on the top of the hand, just underneath the skin. Bones, the entire skeleton, the skull, neck, shoulder bones, the clavicle, the collarbone, the shoulder blades on the back, upper back. The whole spine with its vertebrae sitting on top of each other all the way down from the neck to the sacrum. The rib cage branching off of that. You can feel that. Feel the rib cage as it gently expands and contracts, moves. Down into the hip, pelvis. And the thigh bones coming from the pelvis. The kneecaps. The two bones of the lower legs. Feel them. Visualize them. Ankle, many bones in the feet and toes. Upper arm, and the forearms, the two bones in the forearm. Also branching out to many bones of the hands, fingers. You've all probably seen skeletons or pictures of skeletons. Just visualize that right within this very body. Feel it. The interior part, the bone marrow, interior part of the bones. Wakan, kidneys. Centered towards the back, in the middle of the back. And then the heart, right underneath the breastbone. All sorts of vessels coming off of it. See if you can quietly feel the very subtle beating of the heart. And visualizing it about the size of your fist, reddish colored, with its own blood vessels protruding. Liver, sort of on the right side of your middle abdomen, upper middle abdomen, just underneath the right rib cage. Slab of pinkish grayish tissue. Various membranes connecting all the internal organs together, holding them so that they don't just keep sliding around. Membranes. And the spleen over on the left side of the middle lower abdomen. It's kind of a glob of gray tissue, gray, red, pink tissue. The lungs underneath the rib cage, protected by the rib cage. Spongy pink. Filled with very, very small air holes, air pockets, filling with air, emptying of air. You can feel that very clearly. Bowels, the large intestine, looping around in the abdomen. Entrails are the small intestines. Many, many, many yards of pink squiggles. Glistening and smooth. You can maybe remember sometimes when you've seen some roadkill or an animal, eviscerated animal, there's intestines. Well, we've got the same thing just inside of us. And then the contents of the stomach, the food, breakfast food, undigested or partially digested, going through its process in the stomach. And then as that is traveling through the small intestines and into the large intestines, it becomes excrement. And moving on to the liquid aspects of the body, those were solid aspects. Now we're moving into liquid. Bile, green fluid, helps with digestion. Phlegm, mucus from the lungs, or sputum from the lungs. Pus, when we get an infection and the body reacts to it and produces the pus that comes out. Blood, all the various tissues and organs and that are infused with blood, suffused with blood. The circulatory system filled with blood. We know what that looks like when we cut ourselves. Sweat. Fat is considered a liquids in this recitation. Fat, yellow tissue underneath the skin. Tears. Body oil or grease. Spittle. Nasal mucus. Fluid of the joints that lubricates where all the bones join together, like in the knee. Urine in the bladder. And lastly, brain. This is considered a liquid in the Buddha's time. Visualize the brain in the skull. So this is the 32 parts recitation. It's not inclusive of every component, but good enough to get an idea. So I'll go through them one more time, but just quickly, just to get the flow of it rather than just each individual detail. But you can visualize them in place in your body, or some of the Thai meditation masters will take them in their minds and each body part, remove it from the body structure, put it in front of them on the floor to look at in the mind's eye. Hair of the head, hair of the body, nails, teeth, skin, flesh, sinews, bones, bone marrow, kidneys, heart, liver, membranes, spleen, lungs, bowels, entrails, undigested food, excrement, bile, phlegm, pus, blood, sweat, fat, tears, grease, spittle, mucus, oil of the joints, urine, brain. And bringing it into a unified whole. If you've taken them apart and put them on the floor in front of you, bring them back into this whole structure. And this then, which is my body, from the soles of the feet up, down from the crown of the head, is a sealed bag of skin. So just contemplating this for a while, seeing it for what it really is, allowing it to be just what it is. No projections, no expectations. Feel the settling quality of recognizing it just as it is. Just to give you a little bit of a preview of the afternoon, a couple of sessions of meditation, sitting meditation, more along the lines of settling, calming the bodily energies, developing what Ajahn Sucitto calls the fine material experience, the kind of state of bodily experience that melds with the mind in the development of samadhi. Quite lovely, actually, the way he expresses it. So I'll kind of riff from that. And then also the final period of sitting, do some walking, and then come back for a final period of sitting with a bit more of an emphasis on developing insight, particularly around anatta, not self aspect of the body. So kind of working in a progression along that way. So if you're thinking of leaving, you'll miss the best. Anyway, I thought for right now, for the last 15 minutes before the meal offering, we could just have a time if people do, not written questions, but if you just have questions that have come up or some thoughts or musings for the next 15 minutes, we can address those. Yeah.
Thank you for these beautiful teachings. I have a wondering, often when I do the more somatic bodily exploration, I come upon a feeling that then gets very quickly overlaid with like anxiety. So like you said, feel the openness of the throat. I felt the closeness, and I was like, oh, there's anxiety. And then it makes me go, oh, the heart, oh, there's anxiety. And so I'm wondering, do I have a habit pattern of coupling the two together that I need to sort of uncouple, or does this anxiety actually exist? Like, what's going on for me?
Does that experience of anxiety, what you're calling anxiety, sometimes come up when you're not doing meditation? Oh yeah, okay, good. I'm not good, but but good in a sense that it's not just as a result or an experience of meditation. I suspect, there are many people, many of us who, have kind of experience of anxiety, fear, some more, some less. But it's a pattern of conditioning that many people experience. There's some people have more of a tendency towards irritation and anger and aversion, some more towards sensuality and craving and delight and, those kinds of sensual things. Some people have more of a tendency towards fear, anxiety, mood kinds of things. So, we all come with our stuff into this realm. Some of us have all three in various degrees, probably most of us. So just realizing that these are conditioned patterns of mind and body that we bring for whatever reason into this life, conditioning from this existence, conditioning from previous existence, previous lives as well. So trying to figure out where it comes from, why it's there, all that stuff can sort of be kind of useful sometimes, but I think just realizing that they are patterns that for whatever reason are there, anxiety being one of them. And that it's what we would call an underlying tendency. The pattern is there. And sometimes it just bubbles up on its own. And when it starts to do that as an experience, an emotional experience, it often tries to find an object to justify its existence. So, it's what maybe in some psychological terms, realms, they would call like free-floating anxiety. It's just anxiety, it's just there. Sometimes it comes up as a stimulation, from a memory or whatever, just a memory of a past event comes up and it's sort of like, ugh. Or a projection into the future where it's like, oh, I'm going to have to do such and such. And, So it's just this underlying response, conditioned response tendency. And sometimes it just comes up and tries to find its own object. So the basic approach, and if it might come up in meditation, because the mind is starting to settle, the mind is quiet, it's not distracted, it's not involved with some activity that it needs to fully engage in. So the mind has this opportunity to show all of its underlying tendencies in full color when we're sitting there quietly looking for a little bit of peace. The defilements, the underlying tendencies, take that opportunity. So, when that happens, or when the other times that it comes up uninvited, to try and stay with the bodily experience. I don't know what your tendency is, but many times people's tendencies with anxiety is to try and figure it out, why it's there, the story that's around it, trying to deal with it on a conceptual level. And, you might get some temporary kind of relief from constructing a story and solving a problem or whatever, or distracting oneself. But the core tendency is still there, the underlying tendency. And so to just be brave sometimes with that, and reference back to holding a lot of spaciousness around it, really allowing yourself to feel the energy in the body. Okay, I'm calling this anxiety, but that's a label, that's a mental label. What does it actually feel like? Can I attend to that with a sense of spaciousness and kindness? Can I regard it as just a manifestation of past tendencies, past habits that's kind of welling up again, because it's going to do that, as long as it's not recognized, not acknowledged. And the, putting attention on the part of the body and then seizing up around it, is just another manifestation of the same thing. So when that happens, can you give the seizing up, the space, the tightness, also its due? Say, okay, seizing up, uncomfortableness. Can I allow that to be what it is without adding another layer of anxiety? Oh, anxiety is coming up. Oh, the clenching is coming up. Oh, it's going to get worse. Oh, we all know the story. But to just sort of say, oh, okay, well, it's just another layer. I'm adding the second layer, the third layer, the fourth layer. Anxiety about the anxiety about the anxiety about the anxiety. Or anger about the anger, about the anger about the anger, or judgment, about all of it. It shouldn't be like this. All just more the mental machinations that we go through, trying to get some relief. That's what we're trying to do. But the relief comes through acceptance, space, kindness. If somebody else were experiencing this and telling you about it, how would you respond to them internally? Oh, gee, that must be really painful. I wish you well. Gotta do that to yourself too. And then if you don't add to the story, if you don't kind of add all the opinions and the views and the shoulds and the should nots, and if you kind of just let those just and just be there, willing to feel some discomfort. You have to be willing to feel that discomfort, as long as it's not like panic attack kind of a thing. But just to feel that and give it, relax around and say, okay, well, this is the way it is. Maybe it'll be here for the rest of my life. If it is, okay, well, that's my karma. But can I be with it kindly? And when you do that, and you do it sincerely, not with the expectation that it's going to go away, but just to sincerely that it's kindness in its space and it's recognizing it and understanding it, then it has the opportunity to leave on its own. It's really the penetration of the first noble truth. There is suffering, and you can't go straight to the end of suffering. You have to acknowledge the first noble truth first, and understand it, and see the cause, and see it as it arises and as it passes away on its own accord. If you don't feed it, does that make some sense? Yeah.
I guess the one aiming from anxiety. How about drowsiness and sleepiness? Like, I know for me, a decent portion of it is constant overstimulation and constant engagement. So that when my mind starts, when I let go, that my mind starts to relax. Like I have this conditioning of it's time to go to sleep.
Yeah.
So like, I love somebody, and I'm guessing other people the same. Like some advice on how to deal with that. I'm guessing it's basically the same thing with anxiety. Like just give it space and not try to push it away.
To some extent, although, if it seems to be the result of just exhaustion from, super engagement, overstimulation. I mean, this is a really stimulating world. And, it's just gotten even more so with this, with this, all the media. Yeah. Yeah. And if it's like I've noticed over the years, like people are talking faster, people are thinking faster, people are moving faster. TV is like flashing images, and it's like, well, if you're feeling the effects of that and you're just exhausted, then you got to make some adjustments, got to simplify the input, and that's where sense restraint, as part of the Buddha's path, comes into being. You just kind of have to ask yourself, do I really need to be doing this? I mean, sometimes you need to engage in the work world or getting around, but do I really need to be checking the news as soon as I wake up in the morning? Or do I need to be checking my emails 18, 20, 30, 70 times a day? Maybe I do, but I probably not. Do I need to, just keep on feeding from the external world? And then the mind just doesn't tire out. The Buddha talks about developing a continuity of mindfulness, not just on the cushion, but in our daily lives. So if you can use the opportunity, say from walking from the house to the car, or walking from down the street for a few blocks from one place to another, to develop mindfulness, simple mindfulness of the body. Stop the input, stop the mind darting around, settle back into the body. Then you won't feel the need quite so much to crash out at any, moment, just to get a break from it. Because sleep is necessary for the physical body. We all know that, and for the brain. But it can also be used as an escape, from this crazy world, from this crazy world, and particularly if anybody has a tendency towards aversion, that's really unpleasant. And sleep can be used, drowsiness, sleep, can be used a way to help annihilate that unpleasant experience too. So when it's excessive and drowsiness and inattentiveness, and when it's more than just what the body and brain needs for its rest, then you have to look sort of like, what's the underlying reason for that? Is it aversiveness? Is it overstimulation? And to see if you can make some headway adjustments around that. There's lots of ways in meditation that one can deal with drowsiness that are sort of more practical. as long as you're not ignoring the root causes, such as doing walking meditation, sitting down when you're tired and trying to focus on something very fine, like the in and out breathing, is sometimes a set for a disaster. The breathing in and out breathing is a very subtle object in some ways. And it's the go-to for a lot of us in our practice, but it's oftentimes it needs some preparation before settling on something so subtle. And if it's a pure time of day, like after the meal or at the end of a long, hard day or whatever it is, and you sit down to meditate and you're just overcome with drowsiness, then don't try and focus on the breath. Get up, do some walking meditation. It's more active, more energizing. Do some more active contemplations, gladden the mind, like loving kindness meditation or recitation of the 32 parts of the body, something that's engaging and not tranquilizing, something that's energizing. You need to have a contemplation that's energizing rather than settling. Because the mind will just kind of immediately move into that. So there's lots of teachings that the Buddha gives that are inspirational, energizing, and the other postures, like walking, standing. It's not all about sitting and watching your breath. Okay, so welcome back to the afternoon. Any newcomers, welcome. Michael D. My gosh, long time. Is there anybody else who snuck in that I didn't? Michael used to be an Anagarika novice at Abhayagiri in the early days. Still living in Bellingham. Good to see you. So we'll start the afternoon with a few questions, see where we get to. Okay, so dear Ajahn, deep gratitude for the teaching. During meditation this morning, I had a sense of, quote, there is nothing here, no one here. There was a big sense of spaciousness, aliveness. And then a contraction, a twinge of fear. Any reflection on skillfully working with that fear is appreciated. I think just recognizing that that's a natural kind of occurrence, that when there's a momentary dropping away of that kind of sense of self, that portion of us that's not completely enlightened underneath all of that kind of experience, the ego, essentially the ego structure, the deep conditioning of self, of atta, me, is threatened, will feel threatened. And until that's thoroughly seen through and known, this perception of self, until that's fully penetrated and relinquished, there will be this, this tendency towards either an upsurge of a contraction, a twinge of fear, when the feeling of threat of, because the ego will interpret that as a sense of annihilation, even though it's not really necessarily annihilation. That's what the ego interprets it as, is, non-existence, the void, which is not really what emptiness refers to in the Buddhist sense. But that's what the ego, the sense of self, perceives. So there will be this response of fear. So when that subtle sense of I am, the conceit I am, is completely eradicated, then there's no more reaction, there's no more fear in that spaciousness. So basically, just go back to the body when that sense of fear arises in those moments of spaciousness or emptiness and the ego is feeling threatened, is just realizing that, oh, okay, there's a part of me that is still me and here and reacting in that way. And it's, this is what it feels like to have that challenged. But you don't need to identify with that fear either. That's not who you are any more than anything else that might arise. So to bring it back to the body, feel it in the body. Don't be afraid of it. Don't try and avoid it. Don't try and annihilate it. And then just to sit back, know the experience just as it is. Here it is. This is, it's like this, as Ajahn Sumedho would say, it's like this. And to just say, well, okay, well, I'll just have to see this as deeply and as thoroughly as I can, and I'm willing to be here with this sense of anxiety or fear for as long as it feels like it wants to be there, and then you just give it its space to manifest, realizing that it's the result of conditioning, it's the result of causes and conditions, and to just give it that acknowledgement. Again, back to that, this is the first noble truth. This is suffering, and having to thoroughly and deeply understand that on a very experiential level before it will just naturally pass away on its own, because it's a condition of mind as well. All conditions arise and pass away, but they can't be pushed away. They have to be held and let them go through their process of arising and passing on their own, with you being the compassionate bystander, the compassionate understanding, the compassionate presence that allows it to live its course. And just keep breathing, if you actually feel the tension and the anxiety in a certain part of the body, just allow the tension, allow the tension to be in awareness, but don't necessarily go only singly into that one spot without noticing the rest of the body. You can attend to that feeling of anxiety or fear as it manifests, say, in the solar plexus or the throat or wherever the contraction is. Be aware of that, but also be aware of that within the context of the entire body, and allow the rhythm of the breathing to help hold that. And we'll go into that a little bit more too, about how to use the breathing to help dispel the energetic patterns of afflictive emotional states. That's what the kaya sankhara, the bodily formation, the breathing, in and out breathing, is good for. So we'll be talking a little bit more about that. Looks like the same person here, with at least it's the same handwriting. I can easily conjure up images and a felt sense of the 32 parts of the body. And ever since I can remember, I can have a strong vasovagal response to images, thoughts of the body, and can faint. In meditation today, I was a bit surprised when it came on strongly, and I worked with the sensation of almost passing out, and have a lot of curiosity about this, why it happens. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it is a vasovagal response. I've never heard of a pure, I mean, this is like getting into bodily physiology, and I'm not sure quite of the origins of it as a psychological basis when feeling the 32 parts of the body. Sometimes if it's the same person, and maybe even if it isn't, if there's a sense of anxiety or fear present, then yeah, again, I don't know about the vasovagal, maybe it is, but maybe it's also, sometimes people, and I've seen this before, get into kind of a hyperventilation kind of a thing if they're anxious in some way. I saw that happen once a long time ago at a retreat that I was helping Ajahn Amaro with, or was just attending really. The woman went into kind of an anxiety thing and started hyperventilating and kind of feeling faint and passing out. And really the antidote was just giving her a paper bag to breathe into so that she, got over that particular reaction. So I don't know if that's the faintness that's coming from this, but yeah, yeah, you don't want to be doing something to the point where you're establishing a response to a meditation that means you're going to pass out, although you're probably not going to die from that because the body will take over and start doing what it's supposed to do after a faint. But yeah, I guess it would just depend on what an emotional state is, if it is anxiety and fear, to go back more to that before it gets to the point of fainting and working with it on the bodily level and maybe letting go of the actual contemplation that you think might be triggering it, if that's what the case is. Yeah, it's not, contemplation of the 32 parts isn't meant to induce passing out. So don't want to encourage that. When going to sleep, I feel a lot of fear, anxiety. I've tried breath as well as metta meditation to calm these emotions. However, this leads to an energized, alert state, which also prevented sleep. Ultimately, I stopped experimenting, being concerned with associating sleep with meditation. What advice do you have to enable the mind to rest at night without compromising the sitting practice? Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me just read this again. Yeah, I guess to me, in my mind, I don't have quite so much a fear of not sleeping. I mean, there's a kind of an underwritten assumption that losing sleep is necessarily bad. But if the contemplation that you're using, like breath, calming, metta meditation, does actually calm the fear and the anxiety, and it results in a more energized state of mind, if that experience of energy and not being able to sleep is due to calming these afflictive emotions, then that's not necessarily a bad thing. And I guess the benchmark, like, okay, well, if I lost so much sleep, I'm exhausted during the day. But most people who are able to achieve some sort of calmness and well-being from the meditation, even if it's like right at the time of going to sleep and you feel energized, then usually when you finally do go to sleep, it's like the meditation itself that calms the emotional state is restful in itself, and sometimes even more restful than sleep. Very wholesome qualities. So maybe just reducing one's expectations of how much sleep one needs, and if one is feeling energized because of meditation, well, then just to enjoy that. When the meditation is finished, you still feel quite alert and awake. Well, then maybe just engage in some sort of skillful reading or some skillful activity to use to your advantage of alertness and well-being, and then let the mind settle into sleep if it needs to sometime down the road. Yeah, I just wouldn't spend too much time worrying about trying to get to sleep, because that anxiety about not getting enough sleep can really feed the whole process of feeling tired. I mean, if you were a monk or a nun, probably you'd be receiving praise for using meditation to not sleep as much. Walking meditation. You had mentioned focusing on your feet, pressure, stride, etc., and trying not to overfocus on the environment. Hope I understood that correct or right. In trying not surroundings, I found aversion arising ever so slightly as I tried to maintain focus on my gait. What if I allowed myself to take in the flowers, trees, uneven sidewalk, etc., and while not clinging to the like or dislike of it? I venture that it may have made my walk more easeful, but perhaps not a meditation. I guess I maybe could phrase it. What's the difference between mindful awareness while walking and mindful walking meditation? I guess that's what that says. Well, the difference is that a sense of well-being that comes from attending to external stimulation, even if it's settling, like attending to trees and attending to some extent, attending to the calming aspects of nature, is not a bad object for meditation to help settle the mind. So if it's flowers, trees, that kind of a thing, that's okay, but notice where the attention is going. The more the attention is dependent on external stimuli for its sense of well-being, for the body and mind sense of well-being, the more that when those external stimuli are not there, you don't have that source of well-being. So the idea of meditation in general, not just walking meditation, is to gradually refine what it is that we're using for our sense of peace and well-being. The subtler the object and the more refined the object, and the less dependent it is, the less dependent you are on external conditions to settle and calm and pacify the mind, the more portable it is. So that if you're in a situation like on a New York subway train, and you're dependent on trees and flowers and external things for a peace of mind, then you're not going to have that. But if you can develop an internal reference, an internal viewpoint, which comes from stilling the mind through not being distracted or not attending to the outside world, if you can find that sense of peace and calm and security and stability internally from how you compose the mind, then that's much more portable anywhere you go. And even on a New York subway train with lots of stimulation stuff, you can balanced centeredness, not dependent on the external world. So, use to naturally calm the mind isn't a bad thing. It's certainly better than just getting lost in the world around us. But just realize it's, the more we can develop that internal sense of reference in a calm, gathered, composed mind state internally, then the more flexible it is, and the more we can maintain that sense of mindfulness and clear comprehension anywhere we go. Are there any meditation techniques to stimulate flow of energy, prana, to combat sloth and torpor? Talked a little bit about that this morning, in that if you're in the sitting posture particularly, practicing anapanasati breath meditation, and your hindrance is tinamita, sloth and torpor, or drowsiness and dullness, as another way of translating that, then there's a lot of different approaches you can take with that. If it's not too bad, if it's not kind of sometimes just focusing on like opening the mind, opening the space in the head where it feels a bit cloudy or congested, visualizing space and air and actually breathing in, and this kind of sounds kind of a bit weird, but like breathing in energy through the head space and opening it up just to create a sense of energy and airiness, freshness, like fresh, cool air coming through the kind of fuzzy brain space. If it's not too overwhelming, can help enliven it. Sometimes visualizing light is useful for people, like visualizing the sun or a bright object as radiating and giving energy can counteract the actual energetic dullness. The Buddha gives a number of recommendations to Moggallana before Moggallana's enlightenment, when he was suffering from sloth and torpor in his meditation. The Buddha picked that up in Moggallana's mind and kind of gave him some instruction. And the visualization of light is one of them. The splashing water on the face, these are real practical techniques, is another one. Opening the eyes wide if it's like at nighttime and gazing at the vast space of stars and space, just to sort of like open up a sense of brightness and space rather than the contracted state that dullness and drowsiness has. So using the physical environment in ways that enliven the energy in the mind. It's an energetic state. Pulling the earlobes is one of them. See if you can stimulate some sense of alertness. Getting up and doing walking meditation is, as I talked about this morning, just change your posture. Don't feel like you have to keep sitting. Enlightenment isn't dependent on posture. So anything that energizes the body and stimulates the mind in a wholesome way can be very useful. Thinking upon a wholesome theme of Dhamma that is more active than, as we were talking about, more active than anapanasati. Anapanasati is not the only form of meditation. So bringing in an active contemplation that uplifts the mind. Contemplation of the 32 parts of the body, metta meditation, gratitude, remembering one's generosity, remembering one's virtue. All of these kinds of active contemplations can help enliven the mind. The change of posture I find is very helpful. It's not impossible, but generally pretty hard to fall asleep while you're walking on the walking meditation. It has happened. But probably at that time you should take the Buddha's final and last piece of advice to Moggallana, which was, if nothing works, go lie down and take a rest. Noting mindfully to get up, when you wake up and open your eyes, then to get up as soon as possible. Okay, great. So we'll have another period of Q&A at the very end of the day. If anything more comes up, we'll put the basket back out there and you can write some questions down for the end of the day. So for now, let's do another period of maybe 45 minutes of sitting meditation practice, and I'll do a little bit of guidance for the first bit of it. So find your sitting posture. So just continuing on the theme of getting back into the body. And just first settling the mind, noticing the gentle bodily processes, the movement of the body as it's settling down, but trying to find a comfortable posture. Noticing just the whole body. If it helps to scan a little bit, starting from the top of the head, moving slowly down through the body to the feet, to the legs, back up again. That's a good approach to just settling back into this whole body awareness. Don't worry about the breathing right now. I think a common mistake for many people is feeling like you have to immediately go to the sensation of the breath at a particular point in the body and pin it down, put your attention there and focus. And can create a lot of tension with that approach. More relaxed approach, more natural approach, I find, is just to first consider the whole body as a unit. Getting in touch with the top of the head all the way through the face and shoulders and neck and torso and abdomen, legs, feet. And you have to develop sort of a very open, relaxed form of attention that's not focused on a narrow single point. But not so spacious as to be spacey. Looking for spaciousness, not spaciness. And keep it contained to the outline, the environment of this physical body for this period. So don't move beyond the body, but don't feel like you have to focus intently on one very small point. Let's get a sense of that for a few minutes. And with the awareness of this whole body sitting here, establish an intention to just enjoy this process. We don't need to make any kind of big deal out of meditation with lots of expectations or tension. And it's very useful to bring up a brief recollection of something to kind of open and gladden the mind. That helps the body relax as well. So often we get caught in this paradigm of I need to develop concentration in order to be happy. And really, it's the other way around. I need to uplift the mind, make the mind contented and happy so that it settles into composure and collectedness, samadhi. It's a natural result of a mind that's happy, that's contented, settles down much more naturally than our trying to force that. So think of something that is uplifting. Maybe a thought of a memory of kindness. Someone offered some support to you or some encouragement. And the sense of appreciation and well-being that you might feel towards that person for doing that. Just stay with that for a few minutes and feel it. Feel the appreciation or contentment that comes through that memory as it suffuses the whole body. And then try and recollect a time when perhaps you've offered something to someone else. This was helpful, useful, came from a generous heart. Whether it's a material support or an emotional support or even just a quick word of kindness. Along the most simple, basic lines. Bring that to recollect in this moment. Any sense of well-being that comes from that memory, just let the whole body experience that, suffuse it through the body, bring that sense of appreciation, well-being, well-wishing into the breathing through the whole body. Any recollections of non-harming, refraining from harming other beings, taking up precepts, working towards harmlessness in our speech, our actions. Any little bit, just remember that it's actually not, it's a rare thing in this kind of crazy world of ours. So any little bit that you've contributed towards gentleness, non-harmfulness, remember that, recollect that, let it suffuse the whole body as it's sitting here breathing. So when we're sitting in practice, and at other times of the day too, we have these mental, what we call some of the mental afflictions that arise, the hindrances, irritation, memories of difficult situations, the arising of unpleasant emotions, anxiety, fear. And those are perceptions and feelings that are part of our experience, part of the result of being born, being in a human condition, creating past creating tendencies from how we attend to the world of experience based on greed, hatred, and delusion. So these are the results of how we've conditioned ourselves from the past through fear, aversion, and craving. How we've acted on those in the past conditions what we perceive, what we feel, and they'll naturally arise in meditation. This is what's called the citta sankhara, the mental formations, perceptions and feelings. These are results of past karma arising, patterns arising in the mind. And they can be quite unpleasant. But when they do arise, the answer is not to react by creating more sankhara, creating more formations through thinking, proliferating, unwise attention. But this is where we use another formation, the kaya sankhara, the bodily formation, to meet that pattern, that afflictive pattern of perceptions and feelings, mental experience. Kaya sankhara is the bodily formation, or the in and out breathing through the whole body. So it's like a little river or a stream of mental affliction that comes through in the form of irritation or anger or anxiety. And you can feel that energetically. It's a little river. But if you can let that little river flow into a bigger river of breathing in and out, you let the energy of the mental affliction drain into the vast river of in and out breathing. And then it flows through the course and drains out at the mouth of the river into the ocean. So don't stay stuck in the little rivers, that are feeding into the big river. Let them flow naturally into the breathing, the in and out breathing. Let that become the major course. Drop the story. Let the energy flow into the breathing in and out of the whole body. So as the perceptions and feelings and the more coarse bodily sensations start to settle, then one can become aware of a finer energetic bodily experience, more subtle energies that flow through the body, using the very gentle rhythm of breathing to suffuse the energy system of the body as it gently expands and contracts. A little bit more lightness, subtle sensations, movements of energy through the body. And just relax into those. If anxiety or fear or tension emerges in the mind, in the heart, just allow them to be there within the flow. Drain off gently into the river of in and out breathing. Sometimes the afflictions are so strong that they just don't seem to want to go away, even with patience of attendance. But patience is one of the supreme virtues, and as the Buddha says, the supreme incinerator of all of all difficult mind states. Patience, khanti. Patience not being this kind of determined, bearing up with impossible situations, gritting your teeth, clenching your teeth kind of a patience, but more of a open acceptance of the current conditions. As Ajahn Sumedho says, peaceful coexistence with the unpleasant. Can't push it away, can't make it any different sometimes. But you can hold it with a peacefulness, not adding to the difficulty. But opening, broadening, and allowing it to manifest as it is. And the willingness to bear with it, to be with it. Not so much to let it go, but to let it be. If the thinking mind has taken over, thoughts are controlling your experience, then just don't push them away, but don't feed them. Allow yourself to return to an attention focused within the whole body. Scan again if you need to. Ground yourself. Offer some space in the body. Examine the space. Examine the gentle rhythm. Settle back into the bodily experience without trying to annihilate the thoughts. Back to the ground, the breathing, very gently. So let's take some time to do some walking meditation again. Change of posture. try and maintain a sense of bodily awareness. Again, not getting lost in distraction. Should be no real change in your mindfulness and awareness as you transition to the standing and then to the walking. And we'll come back at 2:45, be ready to have another sitting period with a few readings and reflections. And then as the last part, we'll have some time for more questions and answers. We'll put the basket back out if anybody wants to write down any more questions. Okay, so back here at 2:45. So for the final session for today, to maybe deepen our experience of the contemplation of the body, we talked this morning about just using the body as a reference point to develop simple calm in our meditation, ground awareness, ground space and rhythm of the breathing to help settle the mind, tranquilize the body. Talked about some of the ways that we misperceive the body, how we use it or abuse it with the defilements of mind in charge, with greed, hatred, and delusion in charge. How to mitigate some of that, and then using the body contemplations to help really deepen the settledness, tuning into the fine energetic qualities of the body rather than the gross material aspects of it, as our bridge to the mind and ways of draining off the difficult energies that we can experience. And then also kind of capping it this afternoon with a little bit of reflection on developing insight, particularly insight into the not self aspect of this body, because we identify with it so strongly. And even if we don't hold it as who we are in a gross sense, we use it as a reference point for this sense of I am. What the Buddha calls the conceiving I am. And we feel that even if we aren't our body, that we should have somehow some control over it, possession of it. And we have to kind of help deconstruct that relationship that we have towards possession or towards identification with the body to experience true freedom. And there's a kind of a way of reflecting on the body, using it as a meditation object that I've worked with over the years and still work with as a way of helping to kind of create that separation from the body itself and the knowing quality, the awareness of the body, which Ajahn often refers to. There's his basic insight with Ajahn Mun was realizing the difference between the mind and the mind objects, or could be phrased as the knowing quality, the awareness, as separate from all of the objects that come through awareness. That was a fundamental insight of his, and that's what all of us are aiming to establish, that insight, that quality of knowing things just as they are without identification with whatever flows through the mind. And that's where, that's the road to true freedom. I'm going to just do a few quick readings from a very wonderful book called Uncommon Wisdom, The Life and Teachings of Ajahn Karunadhammo, who was a British monk but was a student disciple of Ajahn Mahabua in Thailand. And this book is a number of his teachings and recollections. And this is from a section on the body, of course. So he talks a lot about some of the things that I've talked about already today, and the perception changing contemplations of the body, and then is moving on more towards this more fine observation, or the fine material body. We are seeking to see this body for what it really is, and drop our attachment to it. In doing so, we realize that our physical body is not so important. It's just a conglomeration of material substances that will one day be reabsorbed into the physical environment. The question then is, why do you grasp at it? People grasp at bodies because they imagine themselves to be secure in bodies, even though the body is not a secure refuge. It is always subject to the uncertainty of disease, old age, and death. At the same time, the body is a very sensitive organism. It relies upon a suitable environment, which means it must have air to breathe, temperatures that are reasonable for human life, and protection from dangers in its environment. All of these factors are necessary. If they are not available, or if they change, the body will perish. Because our bodies are so inherently vulnerable, we should really be looking for security in other ways. When we realize that, in fact, the body does not offer us the security that we want, we should examine the nature of that insecurity to see if there isn't a better way to find a secure refuge than grasping at the human body. Because every part of the body is constantly changing, it is not reliable enough to provide such a secure refuge. Our personal stake in it puts us under its unstable influence. Whatever happens to the body is then experienced as happening to us. When it becomes sick, we become worried and depressed. If the body gets injured, we're distraught. We're distraught because we're attached to the body, thinking of it as an integral part of who we are. When it dies, we're suddenly homeless. Because of our attachment, whatever happens to it happens to us. Once we realize what the body's true nature really is, we are freed from our attachment to it. Then what happens to the body is something that happens separately, externally. It's as though somebody else's body is injured or sick. Pain is experienced in the body, but there is no concern about the pain. It isn't me. It isn't mine. Because it isn't me or mine, it never again has the same sway over our emotions. It no longer pulls us along with it. The mind remains separate and free. Being separate and free, it is also secure. It knows that delusion has been at least partially eliminated. It knows that whatever happens, it won't go in the wrong way. It won't fall back. This is the result we are working for in body contemplation. When you truly realize within yourself that the body is merely a temporary home, something you have on loan, so to speak, then concern for the body drops away. Fear of death also drops away, because you realize that death is simply the death of the physical body. The knowledge you gain from seeing that truth is very powerful. At the time of death, when the body dies, you know that it's not you that dies. By bringing you to this realization, body contemplation gives you a great deal of spiritual and emotional strength, and relieves the mind of an enormous burden, both now and in the future. So kind of putting that into the context of today's explorations, there's a paradox because we have to have our mindfulness fully grounded and immersed in the bodily experience and in our perceptions around it. This is the crux of our practice. Feeling secure within the body and staying grounded within the body, mindfulness being focused in the whole body. Yet at the same time, the paradox being is we can't develop an attachment to that. We can't be fooled into seeing the body as who we are or something that we have ultimate control over. So in a sense, we have to use the body and our mindfulness immersed in it to transcend our attachment to it. So we're practicing to have some security within the mindfulness of the body, but not taking it for the ultimate refuge, using the body to let go of the body. So that it is a paradoxical contemplation in a sense. So one of the ways that I have really enjoyed practicing the mindfulness immersed in the body is through using to some extent a combination of the contemplation of the 32 parts, which we did this morning, and then just that centered, focused awareness on the experience of that with the reflection of the idea or the experience of uncontrollability. The body has its own trajectory in a sense. It's quite happy to just continue its functioning without our interference. It has kind of its own innate intelligence. We don't have to be controlling every movement. The body knows how to stand up. The body knows how to put one foot in front of itself. The body knows how to digest the food. The body knows how to stay breathing, and the heart keeps beating without our conscious control over that. We don't have to instruct the body to continue moving along its natural course. So it has its own intelligence. We have a little control over some aspects of it, what we put into it to feed it, how we treat it, what we do to help keep it reasonably healthy. But ultimately, nature takes its course. The body has its own trajectory. Biology has its way. Genetics has its way. And the body is of the nature to arise and pass away, subject to illness, aging. We don't really have much control over that. So to really not only realize that on a conceptual basis, but to really get that is what we need to orient our practice towards. So we've got the calming aspects of the bodily contemplations, and then we can start with that calmness of mind, with that ability to be less distracted with our practice. We can contemplate this uncontrollability of the body. So establish your meditation posture and sit quietly for a minute, just to breathe in and out, feel the whole body, center back as we were doing earlier. Feeling the whole body, breathing in and out. So as an exercise, contemplative exercise, just establish an intention that the body remain perfectly still. If you had control over this body, if you had ultimate control over this body, then your wish to be perfectly still, to have the body be perfectly still, should be realized. So establish that intention. I will be still, and the body, I will not let the body move. And focus your attention on the face. Is your face obeying that wish to be perfectly still? Note the subtle movements of muscles around the eyes, forehead, movements of the mouth, occasional swallowing. You're intending that not to happen. You're intending to be perfectly still. But it keeps happening. And broaden your attention to the entire body. Is it perfectly still? Notice little twitches of the muscles. Slight adjustments of posture just for a little bit more comfort. You can try and hold your breath. Stop breathing for as long as you can, just quietly, subtly, with that intention not to breathe. How long does that last before the body takes over, breathes out or breathes in? You feel the heart beating. Can you tell it to stop? little twinges of discomfort, slight adjustments of posture, digesting the meal, heart beating, lungs breathing. Who's in charge? In all four establishings of mindfulness in the Satipatthana, each section ends with what's called a refrain, insight refrain, talking about contemplating the arising and ceasing nature of the body. And then also there's this very simple statement, or one practices with the idea that mindfulness that there is a body, is simply established in him to the extent necessary for bare knowledge and mindfulness. So that contemplation, simple contemplation, there is a body, sounds kind of simple and straightforward, but it's also quite profound because it's pointing to that there is this body experience in and of itself. It's doing what it's doing. It's pointing towards that not self perception. Simply established that there is a body. No projections, no expectations, no judgments, no opinions. No ultimate control. But we can know this process. We can be aware. The awareness is the continuing property. The body will arise and pass away. And we can simply know that. So spend a few minutes just watching all of these bodily processes doing what they're doing all by themselves. Okay, we've got a few more questions here to take a look at. I know I can't avoid aging, sickness, and death, and yet we know certain health practices can help maintain mobility and strength as we age, like exercise, etc. So how do we try and age well without grasping onto rigid health practices? How do we try to stay healthy while at the same time let go of self? Hope this makes sense. Well, you do just what you just said. You do what you can. You do the exercise. I do an hour of physical therapy exercises every morning and about 20 minutes every evening to help this aging body along. We eat just for the sake of health and nourishment without succumbing to excess. And we realize that in the end, it's not going to make a whole lot of difference. I mean, it makes a lot of difference in our experience and our how we use the body as a tool for liberation, but not grasping onto it as a be-all and an end-all, and never expecting that anything we do is going to have, such a long-lasting effect that we're going to be able to mitigate the natural processes. So yeah, I mean, basically, we just have to take care of it to the best we can, but not get obsessed. And it's very easy to get obsessed with dietary practices. I mean, how much time and the most best quality ingredients that we can afford, um, and the right balance and all that stuff. And, it's not a bad thing, but if it consumes our attention, if we get upset when it doesn't happen the way we think it should, then you just have to notice the quality of suffering from that. It brings a lot of suffering. The whole practice is letting go of suffering, realizing the end of suffering, not creating more around strong attachment to views and opinions. So, maybe sometimes experimenting with giving up some control over that. That's what a lot of the monastic precepts around our livelihood is all about, is we purposefully let go of having control over the food that we receive each day. We don't store food overnight as individual monks. We can't keep food up in our cabins to munch on when we want to, even though we think, oh, well, it would be better for us to be able to have 3 meals a day rather than 1.5 meals a day. Can't do that unless we've been invited, or unless it's a family member. We're not even supposed to say, oh, could you please offer me some of this or some of that. In terms of food, we gratefully accept what people offer us. So you learn some non-attachment by purposefully giving up choice and control. So you can experiment with that in your own lives, Go out to eat with somebody and let them choose the entire menu. See how that works. And yeah, just realize that no matter what we do in terms of exercise and diet and medicines and that kind of stuff, then, it has a certain effect. And the main thing is just to support the body as reasonably as we can. And when we start getting obsessed and when we start getting attached and when things don't go our way, then we have to examine that how that quality of expectation and attachment leads to suffering. And, we'll keep doing it, probably. But as Ajahn Chah says, is like, 90% of the practice is making the same mistake over and over again until you just get tired of doing it. So yeah, keep doing it, keep trying to control it, keep it looking at it and see if it's working. And someday you'll realize, okay, well, maybe it's not. And then you naturally let go of it when you understand that. Why do memories of unskillful means, or unskillful activities, I would say, stick with me so much stronger and longer than when I have used skillful means? And how can I change this? Well, just to start with it, recollecting our actions, both unskillful and skillful, is a good thing to do. The kind of perverted tendency of our Western minds towards self-criticism, guilt, self-blame, self-judgment, and our kind of proliferation around that, oftentimes, and cultural upbringing, other religious tradition upbringing, Judeo-Christianity, I think, has its tendencies towards looking at original sin rather than original purity of mind. So if we're conditioned that way, then we're going to notice and remember the unskillful actions over the skillful ones. So knowing and recognizing unskillful past behavior is okay. It's important. We call it in the Buddhist tradition, it's called hiri and ottappa, the qualities of conscience and concern. This kind of sense of the recoiling from unskillful actions that we've done, realizing something comes up in mind of something that was unskillful. It's sort of like, oh, why did I do that? I wish I hadn't done that. In a healthy, skillful way, that then results in the sense of, I don't want to do that again. I have concern for the effects of that, both in my own mind and heart and how it affects other people. So that's healthy, as long as it's kept right there. If we turn it into, why am I this way? I'm such a basket case. I keep doing this over and over again. It's entrenched. I'll never get over it. Et cetera, all the verbiage that we go on with that. We call that, guilt. And that's taking it to a very unhealthy extent, because it's moving into judgment, negativity, aversion, irritation. It's just that it's directed towards ourselves and not others, and for some reason we think that that's okay, as long as it's not directed outwards. And if we blame ourselves for that again too. So we don't have very well-developed skills sometimes in offering ourselves that sense of well-wishing and ease and forgiveness that we think is important for others. So it's just a strong mental habit that we've learned culturally, internally. And similarly with positive qualities, we feel that if we recognize and remember and rejoice in our positive qualities, that somehow we're falling into conceit, feelings of superiority, and that's not good. Remembering our good qualities is self-centered in a sense. But really, the most useful way, and if you try it out, you'll see that just remembering and recollecting, all the practices and teachings around virtue and generosity and appreciation, kindness, all of these kinds of things are good in and of themselves to do, and you have to actually bring them up in the mind as a recollection to further benefit from them. So like when you're sitting down to meditate, that's what I'm talking about earlier in one of the earlier meditations of gladdening the mind. And that means actually recollecting, oh, okay, well, have I killed anybody today? Have I committed murder? Not everybody can say no on that. There's a world out there where people are committing violent acts. But if you've gotten through today without killing somebody, you should recollect that and rejoice in that. And of course, on more subtle levels. So it's okay to recall your virtues, have what one might call a healthy pride in being non-harmful. And that's okay. That's not conceited. That's just rejoicing in goodness, whether it's in yourself or in others. And that's very healthy and very necessary to help gladden the mind, settle the mind. And likewise, just realizing that the self-blame, the self-torture that we go through is just a condition, cultural conditioning that, yeah, you just have to examine the pain in that and say, reflect, would I have these thoughts about someone else who had the same issues, had the same afflictions? And likely it's easier to be much more compassionate towards others than it is to ourselves. But there's really no reason to do that. And in fact, it is a form of self of conceit to think that I am worse than others. There's the different kinds of conceit, the conceiving of I am. And there's nine forms of conceiving I am, essentially boiling down to whether we compare ourselves to other people in thinking that we're inferior, or whether we think we're superior, or whether we think that we're all equal. Any reference to me in relation to somebody else, any kind of judgment or evaluation, is all some form of conceiving I am, and it's not going to get you very far. Thanks for introducing the various contemplations on the body. My question is, should I focus on one type of meditation or practice the various meditations? Well, you can experiment around. Depends on how much time and energy you have for practice. I, like to, over time, develop as many as I can. And the ones that I talked about were, there's some other ones that I didn't really go much into that you can find enumerated in the Satipatthana Sutta, like I was talking about in that first section on the body. If you want to get into corpse contemplations or the element contemplations, things like that, they're described to some extent there, in other places more so. So experiment. It's good to start with something that feels like you're initially attracted to, interested in, and spend some time with it rather than just flitting around from one to another, to another, to another, to another, but never really gaining any headway in one particular one. As they say, the world's your oyster. You can choose to go as far and as deep as you feel motivated to. And then, over time, you'll try out different ones and slowly over time develop your kind of toolkit to practice. There are many practices that one can develop, contemplations that one can develop, not just on the body, but on the mind and different other contemplations. And then we pick them up and use them at the appropriate times. We start to learn and discern when it's good for me to, practice just simple mindfulness of breathing, or when I really need to settle down with some more active contemplations around the 32 parts of the body. We get to know how our minds respond to the various different practices and when to pick them up and use them to our advantage. So over a long period of time, I would say practice the various meditations. In the short run, maybe choose one that seems particularly interesting, enjoyable, useful, and spend some time with it and develop it, work with it and see how it goes. So both. Aha. You've mentioned cemetery meditation, contemplation. Could you speak more on that? Yeah. It's the last one in the Satipatthana body section. Corpse contemplation or cemetery contemplation, charnel ground contemplation is what they call it. And it's a series of reflections on essentially a decaying dead body in the time of the Buddha, and to some extent in some cultures still in Buddhist societies, Buddhist cultures, Asia, there are charnel grounds. They don't necessarily bury bodies right away or burn bodies right away, although that's more and more the usual form, even in Asian countries. But the charnel ground being the place where dead bodies are brought to decay, or letting the various animals and insects and things like that start to decay, help with the decaying process, the dissolution of the body. So the Buddha would instruct the monks and the nuns to go to these charnel grounds and observe the decay of the body in its various stages, with the ongoing reflection, this too will be me. This is what's going to happen to this body, as a contemplation, to help decrease that sense of identity with the body as it is in our infatuation with it. So it's a very detailed, it's actually just as detailed, maybe even more detailed, say, than the 32 parts, starting with just the body over the first few days, observing it as it starts to get bloated and livid, colorful and very distorted looking. All the gases in the body starting to expand it. The beginning of the rotting process, as you will, and then through the next stage of when various insects lay their eggs in the corpse, like flies, and then the maggots that come to start to devour the flesh and the tissues, or the animals that come to eat it, like jackals and dogs and hawks and various birds of prey, vultures in our society, would come to start to feed on the corpse, to observe that happening, and then to follow it through several stages of it just being a skeleton with sinews attached to it and blood smeared on the bones, and then the blood starting to fade away and the sinews starting to slowly, and this is over a long period of time, the sinews starting to recoil and dry up, and then eventually you're just left with a skeleton of bones that has a little bit of blood smeared on it, and then a skeleton with no blood smeared on it, and then the bones detaching from each other and being scattered all around the place. There a head bone, here a arm bone, there a leg bone, that kind of a thing over the charnel ground. The dissolution of the skeleton, and then the gradual decomposition of even the bones into dust that's then blown away by the wind. So to bring that contemplation, it's a very detailed contemplation of the deterioration of the body, and with the reflection again of, so too will happen to this body in some form or another. It's a great great contemplation towards coolness and non-attachment to the body when we realize that that's really that's the fate. That's what's gonna happen here. It's not one that is taught a lot in the West. People are really our society is kind of hung up a bit on body image and beauty and identification with that. And we think that if we contemplate these unattractive aspects of our bodies and our lives, that we're somehow developing an unhealthy, negative self-image, self-body, body image. And if it's taken, in that way, and it's identified with as like, that means I'm if I'm as really unattractive and if it's all negative and we take it on with negativity, then it is an unhealthy experience. But if we take these contemplations on as a way of this attachment to youth, beauty, and invulnerability, if we use it to pierce that, then we can see that underneath there is a peacefulness, a total non-identification that is so freeing when we just see the truth in its natural form. We see the inevitableness of the trajectory of this body. Then we don't attach, we don't cling, and no matter what happens, when it happens, it's okay. It's just nature. It's the way it is, and we don't feel regret, remorse. And essentially we don't suffer when the body moves in its own trajectory. So, the cemetery contemplations really help to cement that, if you're willing to go there and really bring it into contemplation. This is a lifetime of practice for most of us. And, we can really get these body contemplations down and use them over and over and over again over the years. As I read in the beginning this morning, take us all. And then naturally what evolves too is some more of the contemplations of the other aspects of our experience, the mind. We can examine, perceptions and feelings and thoughts, the intellect in the same way as the body. We can have just as much insight into the uncontrollability of thinking and perceptions and feelings that arise, how they're rising out of causes and conditions that have been said in the past, and how we don't need to identify with them either. Modicum of control over some of these things, and we can certainly develop skillful ways of thinking, skillful perceptions, skillful ways of receiving the world mentally, but still realizing that's not who we are. That was the title of that book, that Thoughts Without a Thinker. So all of these processes, mental, physical, body, mind, all arising and passing due to causes and conditions, but ultimately not who we are, not self, not anything to identify with, form a sense of self around. So eventually we take the mental, the contemplations of mind in the same vein that we do the contemplations of the body. And that takes us even deeper into the full understanding of the realm of conditions. And when we realize that that's all part of the conditioned realm, Everything that body or mind that arises has the nature to pass away and is not self. And with that deep and repeated reflection and understanding, that gives us the opportunity to say, okay, well, why do I keep investing in the realm of conditions to attain a sense of completion, happiness, ultimate peace of mind, when I know that it won't happen? So you get that over and over again, you develop it deeply. That allows for the mind to be able to turn towards what the Buddha calls the deathless, the unconditioned. There is an unconditioned element, in a sense, that is beyond birth, aging, death. It's beyond all conditions of body and mind. Indescribable because it's out of the realm of concept, and it's all realized through deconstruction of that which we invest in the conditioned realm. So all of these contemplations that we've been talking about are to get us to see clearly, very, very clearly, how the realm of conditions work, how our mental activities support our investment and refuge in the realm of conditions, the ultimate insight into that's not a secure refuge. And then that gives us the emotional impact to relinquish, to let go of that, and to open to the alternative, the deathless. So are there any final musings, any final questions, contemplation of the body, anything else that's coming up for people? Guess not. Maybe we can just close then with a little closing chant of some sort. Let's see. Well, speaking of the unconditioned and the conditioned, why don't we do that kind of nice chant? I don't know if you've all done it here or not. It might be a little bit difficult because it's both in Pali and English, but it's kind of reflection on the unconditioned on page 49. I'll try and do it kind of slowly so we can all stumble through it. Andamayang Nibbana Sutta Vanamase Ati Bhikkhave Ajatang Abhutang Akatang Asankatang. There is an unborn, unoriginated, uncreated, and unformed. No cetang bhikkhave abhavisa ajatang abhutang akatang asankatang. If there was not this unborn, this unoriginated, this uncreated, this unformed, Nayidang jata sabhuta sakata sasankata sanisaranang panyayeta. Freedom from the world of the born, the originated, the created, the formed would not be possible. Yasama chakko bhikkhave ati ajatang abhutang akatang asankatang. But since there is an unborn, unoriginated, uncreated, and unformed, Tasmajata bhuta sakata sankata sanisaranang panyayati. Therefore is freedom possible from the world of the born, the originated, the created, and the formed.